the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Oh, good morning. Welcome to Mad Monday, Manic Monday, Mayhem Monday. Yep, the weekend is over, and it's that time again. And I'm still getting peanut butter out of my teeth because I'm trying to scoff some food before I went live. You don't know how hard it is to eat peanut butter when you're in a hurry. How are we all? Did we have a good weekend? Did we get up to anything exciting? Hello, madame. How are you? I missed everybody. I feel like I've been away forever. I feel like I've been gone yonder. Far, far away. I have not stopped though. Not at all. Not at all. But that's okay. We've got lots and lots of things happening. Lots. Had our meeting yesterday with Steve about the podcast, so that's all sorted, ready to go for next weekend. And the thumbnail's up. Ian will be back from the shop. It's a big like gun expo, I think, in Las Vegas. He's flying back yesterday, I think. So it looks like he had a lot of fun going by his tweets. What else we got? Well, today, I'm a bit anxious about it, I must say. I don't know what's going on because I think Steve and I spoke for about 2 hours at least yesterday about what he thinks they might do or what. I mean, they could just completely ignore everything and just go with what they've got. I don't know. I don't know. And that's the hard part. And then we were trying to decide whether or not it's worth, do you recall the medical examiner from Thursday? Because the only reason they have actually been able to charge her is because of that medical examiner's report 5 years later, after the death, exhumed a bag of soup and bones and couldn't determine anything different from the previous one. And changed the manner of death to homicide. And that's what's sorry, I've got lag. I can see it on my screen. What the hell's going on? Probably got too many things open, no doubt. Is that better? Nope, still got lag. Let me see. Everything's still the same. I don't know. Does it look like I'm lagging on the stream? Or does it look like I'm actually... You can't tell because I've got a delay. Okay, cool. I'll just have to put up with this end then, not look at my face. That's easy. So, what do we think? What do we think today is going to bring? What are we hoping for? Who have we got here? Excuse me. Hello, Miss Anna. She's probably popped in and popped out again. You need to get people to watch it. It's the only way you can do it. The only way you can do it is watch people watching your videos. Now, what's the weather like over there, madam? Has it settled down? It was absolutely scorching here. Yeah, today. 38 degrees Celsius, which, oh dear. I think we've got another one tomorrow. What is it now? 68 Fahrenheit. Yay. Expect 2 days with hot weather. Yeah. Court hasn't opened yet, so did you happen to? Yeah, I know. I don't know what. I don't know. They could have. It could have just. Look, they could have just ignored it and gone with their insulin theory. Because I mean, look, even. Oh, I had that on pause. Even if they stayed with that theory, they still have no evidence. There is nothing. They've got nothing. There is no witnesses. There's no evidence whatsoever. So, I don't know. Good morning, Christine. Yes, I've been running around like a mad woman today. Trying to set up for, what have we got? What's today? 27th, is it? 28th. 28th. Hello, Anna. How are you, sweetheart? Has everyone checked out the Discord channel? I'm slowly getting there. Slowly. This lag is really annoying me. I don't know what. Nick? No. Do you know what would be causing the lag in my visual, my audio? I've got lag from my camera.
Yeah, I noticed.
Oh dear. Apparently we might have some we might have someone who's hacking our NBN. It not be. I don't even know how to check it on here. Settings. If I can kick them off, I will. Network and internet. You all. I don't like IT. I've been so frustrated today because it takes me 2 hours to do one simple little bloody thing on Discord because I can't fucking figure it out. I have to go round in circles and do it 10 times and then I fuck it up and I have to start all over again. And it shits me. And I never get anything done, never get it finished. So it's driving me insane. And I get to 4 hours later, I'm like, fuck, I could have a shower. Fuck, I've done nothing. Fuck. And now I've got lag. Yay. I don't even know who's connected. All right. Bluetooth network connection. That's me. Yeah, that's me. Wi-Fi direct virtual adapter. That's disconnected. That's connected to the internet is. Yeah, that's me. I hate computers. Sorry. Love you, computer. I don't know. All right. Maybe I need a little bit of pep up.
So, Mr. Cochrane of the Cochrans, of the Cochrans, when Mr. Cochrane for the Cochrans, Mr. Cochrane,
Mr. Cochran's.
Natalie Cochran, Miss Cochran's, Mr. Cochrane.
That says Michael Cochran.
Page 2. It says Michael Cochran.
It says Michael Cochran.
Michael Cochran.
Tactical Cochrans.
Michael Cochran.
Cochrane tacticals.
However, Mr. Cochrane.
And they said they can't do anything. You're a cunt. It's plain and simple. Just like that. Simple. Can't. You can't say that. That's better. Coffee and a giggle. All right. I'm good to go. Although the trial hasn't started yet. They're still on?
We need to do an internet restart.
Oh, well, I can't in the middle of a stream. I can't because I'll lose the link and everything.
Are you familiar with that bottom one?
No.
That's coming off that. Someone dunking us.
And you can't kick them.
You can because you're the host. It's.
Can I do it while I'm live or not?
I don't know. You're
I don't even know where to go to do it, so we'll have to wait now.
Well, and the other thing is I can't find the other one that I found the other night. The one that I was like, whoa, that's weird. Why is that one there? And I think you were asleep, so I didn't bother you about it. It was it's the 5366, and now it's gone. And it was
No idea.
and see how it's full. See how the bars are full.
Mm-hmm.
At the same as our ones, none than the other one. That means it's coming off that.
Awesome.
So someone is donkeying us. So I can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The joys. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can tell my my energy levels are not high today. Sorry. I am excited. I don't know, excited, anxious. Brain fried. I'm doing too many things at once, I think. Trying to set up Discord, trying to set up a new segment, trying to set up a podcast. And what does a girl have to do to get 1,000 subscribers? I mean, for fuck's sake, solve a murder case or what? Really? Oh my God. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. And I can't bloody... If I shut this down, I lose the link and I have to start a whole new stream. Just fuck my life today. Fuck my life. I've hurt my hip, my groin. Wow. Just call me a wambulance. All right. Come on. Buck up, buttercup. Put your big girl britches on. All right. Whilst we're waiting for this trial to start, because it still hasn't. I'm expecting 3 experts today. Apparently, 3 defence experts. I'm assuming there'd be an endocrinologist, a forensic examiner, and maybe a who else? There's not really anything else to analyse, is there? And I think Natalie is actually planning to take the stand as well. I think she said that from the start, pretty much. So, yes, Steve went through the entire trial so far, witness by witness, and searched any references or information that had been already testified to, and facts and evidence that supported the diagnosis of adrenal insufficiency. And he came up with a ton of stuff. Oh, I don't know if I can make that any bigger. No. I can't even read that myself. That was pointless, Jodie. How about I save it? If I open it up in a different screen. Okay. That's better. Now I can share that. The fuck? I probably think I should stop and start again because I'm not doing much. I'm not in the right frame of mind. Right, that's better. All right, so this is the first witness, Trooper Hamilton. And so he's even time-stamped it. So he's mentioned seizures here, and the illnesses, the prior illnesses that he had back in November when he was hospitalised. It was all consistent. His symptoms were chronic fatigue, symptoms, weakness, and unexplained, and multiple visits without any proper diagnosis. Agitation that can cause Addison's disease can cause that. It actually comes under a few different names. So look, do your own homework by all means. There's plenty of information out there, tons and tons and tons of it. But yeah, it'll come under different things. So it'll be the adrenal insufficiency, adrenal fatigue, Addison's disease, secondary Addison's disease. Addison's disease is basically like is the primary genetic version, whereas secondary is due to a secondary cause, such as using prolonged use of steroids. So absolutely. And I think, look, I don't think that the state have met their burden at all. Not even close. But oh, we've got caught. Whoop, whoop. Yep. Hang on. Get out of there. Get out of there. Share the screen. Where are we?
343K. Are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury on behalf of the state?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything
Not
on
at-
behalf of the defense?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Bring in the jury, please, Bailey.
Bring the jury.
Pardon? I don't know. Okay. Do you have the phone number? Okay.
Hi, you have reached Dr. Zardi. Please leave a message. Thank you.
You have a better number?
You would think, as an expert, I've got a Zoom court hearing today. I've got to be a witness. I'll have my phone right beside me, in my hand. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm so glad to see you all. You came back, and I appreciate it so much.
I'm going to turn that down.
You can see we're still having a few problems.
I don't think the state has met their burden even close. But I honestly believe that it's more to do with community outrage and the fact that she rips the community off for such a significant amount of money. They want their pound of blood, pound of flesh, you know. I don't think this has got anything whatsoever to do with his death. 5 years later, like, really? It took them 7 months before they even decided, oh, look, we might have an issue here. Just ridiculous. So hopefully they've got it connected. No.
Hi, you have reached Dr. Zardi. Please leave a message. Thank you.
We somehow need to get word to him to pick up the phone.
Oh.
Can you text him?
Why don't you stand up in front of the camera and answer your phone?
I'm not sure that he can see us. Maybe he can. He's moving.
Good morning. Hello, hello.
Okay.
I can't hear them. And it was.
That's
Oh my God.
now he does have his phone. Can you call again, Colleen?
I know, right? Oh,
Doctor, can you possibly mute your Teams link so we don't have feedback?
Can you hear us, Doctor, now?
I can hear you on the phone.
Okay, that's what we're going to do is use the phone for audio.
Okay, our microphone is muted.
Okay.
Muted now? No, they're muting it now.
Ask him if he wants to turn the speaker.
You can turn the speaker phone on and put the phone down, and we can work it that way.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear perfectly well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
All right.
There's probably
Yeah.
a small matter we need to approach the bench on before we take Dr. Dragovich.
All right.
well, I'm glad she is because I'm a bit flat today. Who have we even got up today?
All right, members of the jury, as you can plainly see, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I'd ask Mr. Selden to call the next witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call Dr. Dragovich, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce his first name. I will let him do that.
All right, doctor, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole
I
truth,
don't
and
think she's
nothing but
guilty.
the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Would you please state for the court your full name and how you spell it?
It's terrible.
I am Ljubisa Jovan Dragovic. That's Ljubisa, middle Jovan, last Dragovic.
Where do you work, Dr. Dragovich, and what's your title?
I work in the capacity of chief forensic pathologist and chief medical examiner for County of Oakland in Michigan. And I work here in this building. This is my building, building 28 feet in Oakland County Government Complex. And this is one of our conference rooms for this purpose and other purposes, meetings and or whatever other needs.
Now, from your testimony, you're a doctor. Uh, What areas are you designated as a doctor? And by that question,
Didn't you say a forensic
do you
pathologist?
have the title of a neuropathologist?
This attorney.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm a physician, MD. I graduated back 49 and a half years ago at Medical Faculty, University of Belgrade. And I went through multiple training. As far as pathology, I'm trained in anatomical pathology, board certified by the American Board of Pathology. I'm board certified in neuropathology by the American Board of Pathology, and board certified in forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology. Those occurred back in 1982, 1985, and 1987, respectively.
Are you licensed to practice in any states?
Yes, sir. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Michigan, and I'm licensed in the state of New York, where I originally obtained my license back in, I believe, 1982.
I believe you said you were board certified, and once again, for clarity, what areas are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomical pathology, in neuropathology, and in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Do you have any publications, or have you authored any publications of any kind related to your field?
Yes, in both fields, both neuropathology and forensic pathology, I've done some original research papers with some of my associates over time, and I have also authored several chapters in textbooks addressing the areas of the neuropathology of trauma in infants and children, in the textbook of essential forensic neuropathology. Also, I have authored the chapter in sharp force injury and separate chapter in blunt force injury in an international textbook of forensic pathology.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, over time, I've been involved in various capacities. I've served as clinical associate professor at the Department of Neurology at Wayne State University Medical School in Detroit, Michigan, from I believe somewhere in 1988 to 1987 through a few years ago when I effectively retired or resigned because of the geographical distance that became a problem, because my office is about 25 miles away from the campus of the University Hospital, and I basically could not run there, attend to the rounds and teaching sessions, and continue my work here, my day-to-day work here in the city of Pontiac, where my office is.
Okay, now, you mentioned your day-to-day work. What is that day-to-day work?
My day-to-day work is medical legal investigation of death. That is a statutory obligation, and my position here is governed by the state statute. The state statute is called the Medical Examiner's Act of the State of Michigan, and it requires me, among other people who are involved in this, to open up medical legal death investigation and any sudden suspicious or unexplained death
All
No,
right.
this is defense. Case in chief.
And in your job as a medical examiner and also a
Most of their
forensic
experts.
pathologist, you conduct autopsies, do you not?
This is who I've been waiting for.
Yes, I actually conducted 6 of them over the weekend. 4
Okay.
on Saturday and 2 yesterday.
All right. Can you estimate, and if you can, fine, if you can't, can you estimate approximately how many autopsies you've done over your career?
I can't, but roughly it will be in thousands because I've been in this line of work for almost 40 years, and in the earlier days when I worked in Detroit for County of Wayne, I was very, very busy. I remember that in 1988 I performed approximately 1,200 autopsies that year only. So it was
88. I was 17.
Years ago. It was 36, 37 years ago now. But things have slowed down, and obviously I moved to a different jurisdiction. But bottom line would be thousands. How many?
All right.
10,000, 1,000, 8,000. I can't tell because I don't keep track of that.
That's sufficient. As a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist, have you testified in any trials?
This is the first this week, but yes, in a direct in person, in local court, district court, circuit court, throughout the state of Michigan and coast to coast, from the East Coast to West Coast and down to Alabama and Louisiana and Florida and wherever I was subpoenaed or requested to come in and to provide the interpretations that may be needed.
All right. Your Honor, I submit at this point that Dr. Dragovich is to be certified as an expert in the fields of neuropathology and forensic pathology.
Mr. Truman, Ms. Acorn, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept him as an expert.
All right, Dr. Dragovich is considered an expert in the fields of forensic pathology and neuropathology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Dragovich, did you prepare a report for this court in the case of the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. I would like to submit this report as an exhibit and whatever defendant's last number is.
It'll be defendant's exhibit number 11, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I didn't remember.
Is that her son behind her?
Now, Dr. Dragovich, because of the wonders of technology, I cannot hand you this report, but do you have a copy of the report you submitted? At the top, it's identified in the top as Oakland County, Michigan. And there's various information there, including your name and Chief of Forensic Pathology. It's dated January 6th of 2025. And do you have that report, which numbers 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you questions related to this report. All right?
That's fine.
I want to set this here so I don't forget it.
Okay.
Now, on page 1 of that report, and if you would, follow along with me. At the bottom, it has a section called Materials Reviewed. Would you please tell this court what materials you reviewed in preparation for this report and your testimony?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Number 1 would be Hereditary General Hospital records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 2 would be Charleston Area Medical Center records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 3 would be a report of the postmortem examination, case number WV-2019-3671. Michael Cochran, deceased, issued by Piotr Kubicek, MD, on September 3rd, 2019. Number 4, the autopsy photograph. Number 5 would be report the re-examination and examination of the remains of Michael Cochrane, deceased, performed by Dr. Paul S. Guriba, MD, on July 11th, 2023. And then medical report
Welcome.
Diane R. Krieger, MD, based on.
Did you want to jump up on stage, or you happy to stay and chat? Because I can send you the link.
Record review issued on April 13, 2023.
Do you believe that the totality of those records informs you enough to make an informed decision and to give your opinion and testimony here today in this case?
Yes.
On page 2 of your report,
Yes, sir.
Oh,
you
Carson?
have a section.
Carson again, little man. Put him on antibiotics. Poor little guy. He's not been very well.
Entitled Brief Case Synopsis and Issues to be Addressed. Would you give a brief synopsis of this case as you understand it and the issues you were to address?
Keep your ears peeled, Dave. I'm on the edge of my seat.
This is an unfortunate death of a 38-year-old
antibiotics
man who was bodybuilding enthusiast, and
poor little guy.
based on the information, that took an excessive amount of chloromethanes sulfate supplements that he purchased in Mexico. Subsequently developed seizures, and that same day.
I hope you're listening to this.
Was February 6, 2019, as indicated, and lost consciousness or lost his balance and struck his head during a fall at home. Then became.
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Did this information about the circumstances come from your review of the medical records?
Yeah.
This was the account provided throughout and matched with other accounts from the record and from the authorities as well, I believe.
Okay,
Because that was the statement provided by the spouse of Mrs. Cochran.
all right. But what I'm getting at is you have,
It's the blind leading the blind here. Two
Sorry,
buddy
Kat.
daddies.
that's sufficient. Thank you. Would you please go on with your synopsis?
Was taken to a local medical center and emergency
Natalie's
room.
very smiley
And
today.
subsequently, where he was
Wonder if she
documented
knows.
suffering from hypoglycemia, and then he was taken to Charleston area medical center for continued treatment, but in the comatose state. And then
The CCs are terrible today.
because of the profound encephalopathy, he was transferred to hospice care and pronounced 5 days later, that is on February 11th of 2019.
What is encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, its simple translation means suffering of the brain. And encephalopathy can be caused by various unfavorable factors that may negatively affect the brain function. So it might be lack of oxygen, it might be lack of glucose, might be traumatic encephalopathy where there is interference with the adequate blood supply to the brain, or various toxic encephalopathies upon exposure to either poisonous gases or poisonous substances in so many different ways. There may be also endogenous encephalopathies from in a person suffering of
One moment. What's endogenous? Could you explain that to the jury?
What's
endogenous
nogginess?
coming from within the body, from alien organs from within the body, which generally would happen as a result of liver failure and kidney failure or combination thereof.
What could cause liver failure?
They can
How can you
also come from various other endocrinopathies,
Yep.
meaning the diseases of endocrine system,
Yep. Come on.
diseases
Spit it.
of the glands
Spit
with
it.
internal secretion that control
Spit it.
our metabolic functioning day to day in any of our bodies worldwide.
Say it.
Can you state that encephalopathy has occurred in this case, Mr. Cochran's brain, from a physical examination of that brain?
Well, it would be based not on not so much on inquiry, but the fact that there is disturbance of consciousness, and that was the critical part that was documented throughout. That Mr. Cochran was first of all brought from one site, one hospital in semi-comatose state to another hospital where his unconsciousness.
Okay, so can I interrupt you there for just a moment? So it's a combination of your physical analysis of the body as well as his history, which is contained in the medical records. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, but primarily the fact that there was loss of consciousness and continuously occurring, deepening, and finally being complete, and leading to
Having altered conscious
life
states.
support and hospice care.
Can a person have an anatomically normal brain and still have seizures?
Of course, the user activity
They're
is
dancing around it, aren't
abnormal
they?
electrical activity, and oftentimes in individuals who have cellular level problems or very localized problems with the brain tissue, there will be creation of abnormal electrical activity without necessarily identifiable focus physically. One examines the brain and does not find any such
Spit it out, sir.
reasonable substrate, as we call it, or change in the tissue to account for a occurrence of abnormal electrical activity that we refer to as seizures. However, in many other situations, that is possible and that can be clearly identified. So you can go either way depending on each and individual case. Every single individual on this planet is slightly different than anybody else, and one cannot generate some statistical projection about one person vis-a-vis the other person until there is complete examination and a full assessment, a full examination of this person's brain.
Okay, now I have another question at this time. Can a person suffer a brain injury without external signs of injury? For instance,
Stroke.
can a person lose consciousness, fall to the ground, and not have an actual observable injury on the outside of their skull?
Oh my God.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Now, in this case, Mr. Cochran had seizures. That's documented in all the records, correct?
Yes, yes.
From your review of everything in this case, could Mr. Cochran have had seizures due to unknown medications or body enhancement drugs in his system?
Of course, it's possible. Because there are quite a few drugs that can create compromised brain function and actually start the abnormal electrical activity.
Okay. You talk about in almost the middle of page 2, you say that there were vague circumstances that triggered the investigation into Mr. Cochran's death, exhumation, and autopsy in September 3rd, 2019, the first autopsy. Could you explain or elaborate on what you mean by the vague circumstances?
Well, there was somehow generated a suspicion that the demise of Ms. Cochrane was not what was represented at the time of his demise, and then the investigation was opened up, carried out, and ended up with an exhumation of the remains.
Okay, now, the first exhumation was done September 3rd of 2019.
Correct.
Mr. Cochran passed away, I believe it was somewhere around February, sorry, do you remember
February
the
6th,
date
wasn't it?
that he passed away?
Yeah, big level, yes,
Okay, February 11th of 2019, correct?
yes, yes.
So the first
Right, I went to hospital
autopsy
six.
was done 7 months after Michael Cochran's death.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this
No.
autopsy
They're next.
was done by
I was still
Dr.
eating some toast for
Kubitschek,
dinner. I do have my
who
cherries
was
for
the
later.
West Virginia medical examiner. Did you review Dr. Kubitschek's report of the autopsy and exhumation?
I did.
Was Dr. Kubitschek's ultimate findings and conclusion that the
Yeah.
the
I love
autopsy
them.
Findings
Love them.
themselves were
And mangoes.
inconclusive, and the cause of death was undetermined, and the manner of death was undeterminable?
Yes, sir.
What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is
We've got beautiful cherries here.
anatomical finding in the body or on the body
They're almost black
that,
and they're huge.
that explain
They
why
grow locally to
a
me.
particular individual died. This may be the finding of an
Look at
infarct,
the size of that.
finding of blockage of a major blood vessel or a coronary blood vessel, major bleed in the brain, tumor with metastases that stops the vital function of the body, a wound by firearm, wounds by sharp force, injuries by blunt force like 2x4 used to bash someone's head.
Yeah, 2x4 in the head.
So a demonstrable,
Oh, they're delicious.
understandable autopsy finding, anatomical finding within the body or on the body of a particular person.
So, is it your job as a forensic pathologist to look for the anatomical evidence of why someone dies, the cause of death? Is that your function? One of them.
Yes, it is. That's the basic function, and it is in the most statutes throughout the union. It calls for a forensic pathologist or medical examiner or coroner to establish.
I love milkshakes, but they don't love me. I'm lactose intolerant, so you just, yeah. You need to stay well away from me. I have milk.
Forensic pathologist.
A forensic pathologist is a public pathologist. Word forensic comes from Latin word for, which is a place of public gathering, and in such way it depicts a forensic pathologist, whether a man or a woman working in that capacity on behalf of the public and being called upon to interpret any such finding for the benefit of the public, like in a court of law or in the media or any place where such need exists.
So there's some degree of interpretation in this, which is based on your medical knowledge. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Maybe we need a milkshake channel on our Discord. You can send your photos.
What is the manner of death? What does that term mean?
Manner of death is how death came upon a person, meaning the physical circumstances combined with those findings on the body or within the body. And there are worldwide 5 categories of manner of death. There's a natural death, where there are causes from within the body that result in someone's death. Then there is homicide, where there is death resulting from a purposeful act of another person first. Then there is a very narrow category of suicide, where death is the result of purposeful act by self and self only. If anyone else is involved, it's a homicide again. Then there is accident as a category of death, where death is the result of untoward effects of someone's act or action, acts of nature, floods, fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, or a person driving a car at a high rate of speed and impacting another vehicle, causing death, or striking a pedestrian somewhere where death results as an untoward effect of death.
Untoward effect of what? You kind of faded out there.
I didn't hear you, sir.
You said an untoward effect of something, and what did you say? You kind of blurted out there.
Untoward, the unpredictable, untoward effect that cannot be interfered with, or something along those lines. So, like I said, these are something that for the most part, the result of basically the unwilling or
get out with it.
Result.
I will. Don't you worry.
Okay. Now.
Yeah.
And there is also a last category that provides the opportunity for forensic pathologists to say that they don't know, and that's the undeterminable manner of death.
So undeterminable means they've looked at everything, they can't come to a conclusive determination of the manner of death, so that's called undeterminable, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you may have covered this in your explanation, but as to manner of death, it's how death comes upon a person, including the physical circumstances surrounding that death. Is that a fair statement?
It's Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
I want to concentrate on the term homicide. Okay?
Okay.
Would it be a true statement that in determining homicide, which is one of those categories that talk about the manner of death, that homicide, if that's a forensic pathologist's conclusion, it has to be demonstrated by their findings, not assumed? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
And when I say demonstrated, that is the actual physical findings, and that's the only possible conclusion. Would that be true?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's like pulling teeth.
I believe towards the bottom of your page, you're talking about the Michael Cochran's nervous system. Okay? And you talk about And this information came from Dr. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. That information that you described was from the first autopsy done by Dr. Kubitschek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you summarize or describe your description there, or Dr. Kubitschek's description, in layman's terms, so we can understand it? I'm not sophisticated enough to actually understand all of these terms. Can you dummy it down for me?
We are talking about the brain of Mr. Cochrane at the time of autopsy, the first autopsy, after the first exhumation, and the report says that everything is fine, that the hard covering of the brain are intact, and the soft coverings are thin and delicate, and cerebral hemispheres are symmetrical, meaning that the parts of the brain are fine. The description basically is referencing the standard appearance of a normal brain when it is taken out of the cranial wall.
Okay.
However,
I want to ask you specific questions on that. Okay.
yes,
Dr. Kubitschek essentially says that Michael Cochrane's brain on autopsy was normal. Do you agree or disagree with that?
well, I have to disagree with that because this was a decomposed brain. We know it was decomposed brain by the photographs that were provided from that examination.
Okay,
So-
and I want to ask a specific question there.
Yes, sir.
A person's brain on autopsy after death, and after 7 months of death and burial, what would you expect that person's brain to be? And by that, does the decomposition affect the brain so it shrinks?
A decomposition means falling apart. The tissue is disintegrating. The tissue is breaking up completely. So the brain itself gets fluidy and falls apart. So it is not the same as when it's freshly removed from someone's cranial wall, someone that has passed away within hours prior to that or within a couple of days prior.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question there. Would a decomposed brain that's falling apart, would that be expected to weigh less than a normal brain?
Well, probably it will, and it's relatively low to mid brain weight. I cannot say specifically on the account of the documented brain weight, but it has the tendency to decrease the actual brain weight and to blur the distinction between the gray matter and the white matter of the brain, which would be the areas to look for any changes in a history like this, in this particular case.
Okay, now, it was documented in the medical records that Michael Cochran had I'll call it an enlarged brain. Do you recall that?
Yes. Swollen brain.
Swollen, expanded.
Yes.
Would these results that Michael Cochran's brain
I know.
appeared essentially normal, even though it had decomposed over 7 months, would that be likely to confirm that he had an enlarged brain or swollen brain prior to death?
Well,
Would it be an
we
indicator?
cannot,
Would it be an indicator?
it's not a situation where you can make an inference from the decomposing brain about something that is being reported, objectively documented by radiographic imaging.
Okay, all right, so you can't really make that determination based just on the post-mortem autopsy, wouldn't that be correct?
Well, it's not on this post-mortem examination.
That's what I'm getting at, this post-mortem
Hello.
autopsy.
Of course not, because of the inevitable change, the breakdown of tissues throughout human body over a period of 7 months.
Okay.
Come here. Come on.
Is the timeliness of an autopsy important in conducting your medico-legal investigation of someone's death?
Hello, baby.
Yes, sir. It is of critical importance.
Would it be a fair statement that in Michael Cochran,
Micro
his
Cochrane.
body, which was examined 7 months after death, was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings such as infection, pancreatic tumors, and in doing a complete toxicology report? Is that a fair statement? It was too decomposed for those things.
Well, it has to be, the answer has to be slightly modified. Decomposition definitely creates a serious impediment. However, sometimes one can find presence of a tumor because tumor tissue is not sometimes as conducive to falling apart as the rest of the normal tissue. So there are exceptions all the way, but as a general proposition, the decomposition of the remains is a major impediment for adequate diagnostic findings.
And in this particular autopsy of Mr. Cochran,
These CCs are terrible.
the decomposition made it pretty much impossible to determine if he had such things as pancreatic tumors. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it would be a fair statement, and I concur there with the conclusion of the doctors that performed the autopsy, the first autopsy at the time.
And is it
Clumsy.
true that the pancreas, under normal circumstances, provides the body with insulin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is specific parts. The pancreas, the islet provides the data cells from the pancreatic islet provide insulin for the general functioning of the body.
Now, if a person has pancreatic tumors, that affects their production of insulin.
And what else?
Is that a true statement?
What
Well,
else
different
affects
tumors
the
of
production of
pancreas give different, basically different effects. There may be a tumor of the islet cells, like that we refer to as insulinoma, that can provide large amounts of or abnormal amounts of insulin to the body.
Yes.
And now there may be cancer of the head of the pancreas that may break down the pancreas completely and cause pancreatic necrosis as
Necrosis.
well. Throughout.
Necrosis is the death of the
There are
tissue.
all
Okay, but-
kinds of variable possibilities.
I want to concentrate on this particular analysis of Mr. Cochran's pancreas post-mortem. Okay. Now, as a general proposition, insulin controls the body's blood sugar levels. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you explain what hypoglycemia is?
Hypoglycemia means, in translation, low circulating sugar in blood.
Okay. So some sort of pancreatic disorder in a normal person produces insulin, which controls the blood sugar. And if the blood sugar in the body is low, isn't that a definition of hypoglycemia, HYPO?
Yes.
And is it also true that when a person dies and decomposition sets in, that the pancreas, being an organ, an internal organ, is one of the first things to decompose?
Well, yes, because pancreas is also a very active exocrine gland producing procteolytic enzymes. And when the circulation stops, those cells break down.
You
and
want him
those
to get to the
enzymes leak
endocrine
out,
system. That's
and
what you
there
want him
is,
to focus on.
rapid,
Come on.
the rapid
Come on.
autolysis and decomposition of pancreatic tissue.
Okay. And as a general proposition, internal organs,
Pancreatic
which
fish.
the pancreas is one, are the first things to break down or decompose post-mortem.
Well, it depends on the rate of preservation due to the ambient temperatures and other factors. But if you're looking at something that, like in this case, this will be the likely pattern of relatively progressive decomposition of internal organs and tissues primarily, and by that being the internal organs, and then ultimately what is left of the
Just
skin
yes,
and
would have been fine.
subcutaneous tissue, and then the bony skeleton, because that lasts the most.
Okay, so internal organs break down first, then the external skin,
But they were
things like
involved.
that, and then last is the skeletal system. Is all of that correct? Okay. Did Dr. Kubicek, in his report, mention anything about embalming?
No.
He did in his testimony.
want to kind of switch gears here and go into a discussion of Dr. Uribe's findings and his reports.
Okay.
And you address those at the bottom of page 2. All right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Uribe's exhuming of Michael's body and his subsequent report is based on the exhumed remains of Michael, which took place July 11th, 2023, about 4 years after Michael's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on the greater or lesser extent of Michael Cochran's body? Was it more decomposed, less decomposed, or the same as when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination?
Well, certainly the decomposition progressed, and one would expect it to progress over so many years. And I believe that good Dr. Uribe said that the samples of decomposed human tissues cannot yield any reliable analysis.
Okay. So there was less to work with, less to examine in terms of toxicology, things like that. Then there was about 3 years before when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that there was nothing good, no good information coming from Dr. Kubitschek, and there could not have been any better coming from the second exhumation and autopsy that Dr. Uribe did.
Would it be a fair statement that when Dr. Uribe conducted his examination and findings, Michael Cochran's body was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings? Again, like infection, pancreatic tumors, and doing a complete toxicology.
Yes.
Dr. Uribe goes through his examinations, his reports, his reliance on other reports, especially Dr. Krieger's. And he comes up with Michael Cochran's death was a homicide. Can you comment on that?
Well,
Let me ask you, first of all, according to your examination of everything, do you believe the evidence obtained through autopsies, reports, etc., would substantiate a finding of homicide as opposed to undetermined or undetermined? Do you think Dr. Uribe was correct, or do you think Dr. Kubitschek was correct?
I sincerely believe that Dr. Kubitschek was more correct because he did provide the objective assessment and provided also the delimitation of forensic pathologist capacity to make a determination on the basis of nothing. I think Dr. Uribe tried to marry the report with, again, negative findings, completely negative findings from both autopsies, and it made a claim of he might have believed what he said. However, for every such belief, there ought to be a factual evidentiary substantiation.
Okay,
In order to-
let me stop you right there. So, any manner and cause of death has to be substantiated by what? What did you say? Objective clinical findings, correct?
Anatomical findings,
Okay,
because we're talking of the autopsies here.
all right.
Objective, demonstrable anatomical findings that are tangible and understandable to everyone, leaving no doubt.
Do you believe that Dr. Uribe's opinion that the manner and cause of death are substantiated and resulted in a homicide? Do you believe
She's
those
listening.
findings, those ultimate findings in Dr. Uribe's report are based more on assumptions
Yep.
than the objective
Yep.
findings that you talked about?
I believe that there are no objective findings to substantiate Dr. Uribe's determination. That his opinion is an attempt to bridge the gap of the unknown, and that bridge has to be created properly so that there is complete responsible understanding of everyone that is to use such a report.
Is Dr. Uribe's report and opinion based on acceptable anatomic and toxicological
No.
findings?
No.
No.
Come on. Come on, do it. What else, sir? What else can do it?
So it would be your statement that Dr. Uribe's findings as to Michael's death being a homicide, quote unquote, was not based on actual anatomic and toxicologic findings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why is that? Do we have cortisol levels measured? Nope. Come on.
In the middle of the page, you discuss Dr. Krieger's report. And her investigation, reasoning, etc.,
She was the
resulted
endocrinologist.
in her finding that Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia, in her opinion, was due to insulin administration.
It's not the only cause.
And she classifies that as a strong possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
Strong possibility is not beyond reasonable doubt.
Does the basic medico-legal requirements, do they require accurate determinations of the cause and manner of death that are not based on a definite maybe, as Dr. Krieger states, but rather on a threshold beyond reasonable doubt? Isn't that the correct standard in this report?
Well, it is, because we're talking about test investigation, and also the discrepancy is, as I pointed out, Dr. Krieger is a phenomenal clinician, but Dr. Krieger is not burdened by the duty to define the cause and the manner of death. So the option that she provided is, in all fairness, a good suggestion for furthering the investigation, but the buck stops with forensic pathology, and the person has to provide to the public textual evidence in the
Factual
as
evidence.
far as the cause of death and factual evidence
I
about
have to clip these closed captions today. These are amazing.
the manner of death. Because the administration of insulin
It's not.
being a strong possibility can come as a result of self-administration,
Yes.
administration by someone else, and then administration by self for the purpose of other things like bodybuilding and other combination of various substances, and resulting in accidental outcomes.
Come
And
on,
her report
come on down.
doesn't include who might have injected this insulin, when it occurred, or how it occurred. Would that be a fair statement?
It's a fair statement, but we have to understand that Dr. Krieger is not in the business of examining dead bodies.
Okay.
This is killing me.
On page 3, there's a paragraph that begins, when classifying the manner of death as a homicide, you state one has a professional obligation to substantiate that determination by reasonable, tangible evidence as someone's purposeful act.
Yep.
Would you explain the rest of that paragraph and your findings?
Well, you know, there has to be evidence about anything.
Yep.
And then that evidence has to be interpreted in a reasonable manner for everyone to understand. For example, it's very simple to say, well, gunshot wounds was the cause of death, and someone discharging the purposefully, obviously, that's a purposeful act, the firearm caused it. Then you have a reasonable conclusion of the homicide and a reasonable demonstrable evidence. If someone takes a 2x4 and that is someone's head, and they die, then you have blunt force head trauma caused by 2x4.
Blunt for test trauma.
Obviously, a demonstrable purposeful act because someone passed someone's head. Or if someone had a knife and stabbed someone, thrusted the knife into someone's body once or multiple times, that's a purposeful act. If the individual dies of bleeding caused by their sharp force injury, it's very simple and demonstrable. But in a case like this, there is no information about all those critical circumstances, and one cannot make a certainty about the claim that there was injection, was it self-injection, on to render someone dead, or self-injection to render someone more powerful, build up the greater muscle, or something like that, which first would be a suicide, second would be an accident, or injection by someone else, about what we don't have any evidence that would be a homicide. And if we have to be certain about that before we issue a reasonable, congruent forensic opinion. And forensic opinion is a critical document that can provide the basis for further legal action or for no further legal action.
So in summary, do you believe Dr. Uribe's conclusion that Michael Cochran's death was a homicide is the correct conclusion?
If it cannot be substantiated, and he could not substantiate it by physical evidence, then it's not correct. And it is under a grave degree of doubt.
Brave,
So-
brave, yeah.
You agree with Dr. Kubicek that the correct findings and conclusion is that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable. Would that be a fair statement?
At this point, yes, at the point of exhumation performed 7 months later, as they did at the time. I don't know what the results might have been had the autopsy been performed a day or two after his demise.
But as we sit here today, after reviewing everything, do you believe Michael Cochran's death was the manner and cause were undetermined and undetermined?
Yes, sir.
Just as an aside, now your report is coming about 5 years after Michael Cochran's death. Would it have made any difference or been any benefit to exhume Michael Cochran's body a third time
No.
after all this passage of time so that you could personally conduct an autopsy? Would that have been of any benefit at all?
No.
If I believed such a thing, I would have brought it up a long time ago whenever you called me to ask me to look at this case.
To look at the
But
case.
I don't think that would be just a waste of resources for no good purpose, no valid purpose.
So that wouldn't change any of your findings that you testified to today? Would that be good?
That is correct.
Have all of your findings and the testimony you've given here today, do they meet the standard of others in your profession?
I firmly believe so.
They're to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Members of the jury, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Go with the bailiff to your rent. Yes, closed captioning has definitely got dyslexia today.
Your Honor, I probably should have done this before the jury left, but I did not actually move for the admission of Dr. Dragovich's report. I would like to move for its submission at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's number 11 will be admitted into evidence. Doctor, we're taking a 10-minute break, and you're welcome to take a break too and to wander away from the camera. Just be back, if you would, in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I will do that.
I keep forgetting we're actually live. I can't speed it up, and I can't skip the break. That's all right. What I can do is put this up. Now this is
because
this is the second medical examiner, Dr. Uber. Hang on. Where'd it go? Dr. Urib, U-R-I-B, Uribe, testifying about the manner and means of death.
Because of that, because there wasn't any tests or insulin present in Michael's body after death, you cannot say with absolute medical certainty that insulin was involved in Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia or death, can you?
First, I wouldn't use the term absolute.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no other viable explanation for profound hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic, otherwise, relatively healthy male.
Uh-huh.
There are no natural conditions, that bring someone's blood glucose to a lab-confirmed level.
That therein lies the problem. Because an exogenous administration of insulin is not a natural condition, for a start. And secondary Addison's disease or adrenal insufficiency is not a natural condition. Why limit your scope to naturally cause, like it's, the difference is like if you're born with diabetes, okay, it's genetic, it's a natural condition because it's genetically, that's part of your makeup. Whereas secondary Addison's or adrenal insufficiency is caused from something else that's not natural, like the overuse of steroids for a long term. So him limiting his scope to just the natural is incorrect as well.
All right,
21.
you've made that statement. Let me clarify with some other questions. What if you were told that Michael Cochran injected himself numerous times with insulin prior to his death? Would that change your conclusions? And let me clarify a little more.
It's possible, but why would a non-diabetic person inject themselves with insulin?
Why indeed? Well, we've established that. But it still wouldn't account for his blood sugar going down. Once he was in the hospital and unconscious. The plot thickens. I shouldn't have started on the cherries. All right. What can we do? Oh, an itch. You know, when you get a piece of fluff or I think it's a cat hair stuck under my glasses, and it's giving me the itches. Now we are going to follow. If you had a look at, now which is this on? If you had a look at what's coming up this week, the sleep stream that I'm going to do, as voted on last week, is the case out of Florida. It's the 17-year-old boy, Colin Griffith, who basically unalived his mother with a sharp instrument. Apparently, like 12 months after he shot his father. Yeah. I think they call it patricide, is it? Or both? Parricide. Have I got a short clip I can fill in for 10 minutes? And I think it's in Polk County in Florida. I'm just trying to see where because it's not on court TV this morning. I thought it was going to start this week. You just check law and crime. Everyone's following the ASAP. ASAP case, not me. Oh, that's right. Monica Cementelli is starting today as well. It's the hairdresser. Oh, well, the husband was a hairdresser to the celebrities. So she starts her. Fabio Cementelli was her husband. She was having an affair with a new man and was up to collect 1.6 million in a life insurance policy. That's a bit of a motive there. That's all I know about that case. So there's the ASAP Rocky. Then there's the hairdresser. And then who's that? Oh, that was Ty. Yeah, it's not up there. I'm sure they said it was going to start today. Let me double check Court TV now that they've started streaming. But they're covering the ASAP as well. Okay, where else was it streaming from? Let me have a look. My history. Oh, there's another case that I'm watching as well. It's awful. Well, there's a couple of awful ones I'm watching, but there's the one with the NICU nurse that's been charged with breaking babies' bones and stuff. And the one I'm going to cover after this is the Naziah Harris. It's actually a pre-trial hearing, the full pre-trial hearing, and it is incredibly sad, just terrible. Let me find out some more information on this. So, Florida judge ruled, and I'll share it. Share this tab instead. Add to stage. Okay. A judge ruled that the text from Colin Griffith's mother accusing him of murdering his father would be allowed into evidence at this trial. 17-year-old is standing trial on January 27th. So that's today, isn't it? Accused of killing his mother about a year after killing his dad in self-defense. Let's have a look and see what they've got there. Okay, so none of those. No. Where's my playlist? There was somewhere else that I saved it from. Is it Inside Edition? Have a look at all my playlists. Half of these are hidden. So you can't see. I've got some good ones in there too. Now I've clicked on the wrong one. Trigger happy. Go back.
A cold-blooded murder.
Stop. So, Inside Edition. Okay. They might have something. Someone's going to be streaming it, surely. Whoa. That's loud.
Griffith graduates from high school. His mom couldn't be prouder. She even bought him a $26,000 car as a graduation present. They also went on expensive vacations together, including a trip to Australia. But today, Colin Griffith is behind bars, charged with brutally stabbing his loving mom to death.
He's dangerous. He showed zero remorse. Zero remorse.
And here's the shocking twist. Last year on Valentine's Day, Colin Griffith shot his dad inside their own home. He claimed his dad attacked him and it was self-defense when he opened fire. There were no witnesses, and prosecutors released him, saying there was a lack of evidence to bring him to trial. I spoke with Lincoln County, Oklahoma prosecutor Adam Panter. Now that he's been charged with murdering his mother, do you regret not prosecuting him for killing his father?
No, we can only make a decision based on the evidence we have at the time. It's impossible to sit back and predict somebody's future behaviors.
After killing his dad, Colin Griffith moved across the nation to live with his mom outside Tampa. They seem to be getting along.
You're driving this better than you drive your own car.
But the social media video and stills posted by mom Catherine Griffith hid a dark secret. According to the family attorney, Colin was emotionally disturbed and twice threatened to kill his own mother.
He threatened multiple times and said this to numerous people that he was going to kill her, just like he killed his father.
Colin hates me and I'm tired of this. Catherine Griffith texted a friend as she was about to pick him up at his grandmother's home at a senior living community. I'm going to drive to get him, and if he doesn't get in the car, then the county can deal with him.
Neighbors see Colin and mom arguing outside, and Colin grabs his mother by the hair and drags her into the house.
Cops say he stabbed her in the neck with a kitchen knife. He's claiming she accidentally fell on the knife. First dad, now mom.
Really?
It's important to understand, when you look at this, you see a kid. When I look at him, I see a psychopath.
The old she fell on the knife trick, huh? Bow. How ridiculous. Only a teenager would say something like that. Now, are they going to be streaming it? Yeah. He does sound like a spoiled rich kid.
A cold-blooded murder of a 39-year-old mother by her 17-year-old son.
And if that wasn't shocking enough, a teenager accused of murdering his mom, the sheriff says he also killed his father.
When you look at this, you see a kid.
I want to go to Inside Edition.
Colin Griffith.
17-year-old Colin Griffith graduates from high school. His mom.
Something's going on with my computer. No. What the hell? Who's covering this? All right, let's have a look. Colin Griffiths. Trial. Trial preview. An hour ago.
Court TV will be bringing you the trial of a Florida teenager who's accused of killing his mother. But the bizarre twist is that he also killed his father. So this morning, we're shining the spotlight on 17-year-old defendant Colin Griffith, and also the strange set of circumstances that led up to the deaths of his parents. So we know Colin shot and killed his father, Charles, in February of 2023 in Oklahoma. Investigators ruled it to be a case of self-defense. Then a few months later, deputies removed Colin from his mother's Florida home after he threatened her life.
I'm in a constant state. Okay. Jury selection gets underway. That's today, so it won't start till tomorrow. Cool. We're back. Cross-examination, defense expert witness, medical forensic pathologist, and neurologist. I can't say his name. I might put a poll up, eh?
Very well. We continue now with cross-examination from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovic, can you see me and hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Sure.
In your report, you stated that Michael took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that right?
I couldn't hear this part. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. In your report, you stated that Michael Cochran took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that information come from?
From the materials that I reviewed. I believe that was the account that was provided by his spouse.
Okay. Were you aware that that substance was tested by the FBI?
And it was prednisolone.
Again,
it's a steroid.
Was I aware of what?
That substance had been tested by the FBI?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. That hasn't
No,
been established.
let it go down there.
There's no reference to what substance, how it was
Yes, there is.
achieved, anything about the specifics.
Your Honor, that has been established.
Yes.
It has been brought into evidence already
Yes.
with both of the
Yes.
FBI gentlemen that testified
Yes.
here. And you heard Lieutenant Bledsoe testify that he received that bottle from Donna Bolt, who advised that she received it from the defendant.
Objections overruled.
Let
Pose
them
the
bring it
question
in
again
because
so
it
that the
shows
witness can hear.
it's got
Dr.
steroids in
Dragovich,
it.
were you aware that the bottle of eclomiphene citrate provided by the defendant was tested by the FBI?
I didn't measure it.
No.
Or
So you were not aware that that bottle was
Potency.
actually found to contain letrozole and not enclomiphene citrate?
No. Yes,
Your Honor,
that's correct. That's correct. I do not.
In
May we
your
approach the bench, Your Honor?
All right.
In your shoulder, all right. Can we approach the bench, Your Honor? In your shoulder, all right. These attorneys are so dumb. Christ. What was the name they actually said of the drug?
Brought into evidence already with both of was tested by the FBI.
No.
So you were not aware that that bottle was actually found to contain letrozole and not enclomiphene
Letrozole.
citrate?
You guys have different names. Letrozole. It's a tablet that lowers estrogen levels and treats breast cancer. Are you sure that it was letrozole? Because I'm pretty sure they said that 2 of the vials had insulin and the other one had the steroid. Let me have a look. That was in the testimony of the forensic chemist. Was that Chris Davis? Nope. Jason Bowen? Who's the forensic? Because I remember saying it at the time. Why would you not, if you're a forensic chemist, why wouldn't you at least measure it or test the potency for dilution? Start from the start. No. All right, I'm going to have to go back through the bloody testimony. I think it was day 3, was it? It's still on a sidebar. There. Nope. There. Something's going on with my computer. I don't like it. Day 3. I'm pretty sure it was day 3. I'll soon tell you when I look at the testimony. Okay, who's in here? Yes, Joseph Stevens, FBI chemist. Yes. Okay, hang on. Share this. Okay, you ready?
What was your analysis of that?
So for States Exhibit 10, I determined that States Exhibit 10, the vial labeled methylprednisolone acetate. And the liquid that came out of it, States Exhibit 11, is the one I actually tested.
Explain that to us, please.
So States Exhibit 10 is the physical vial. States Exhibit 11 was the liquid recovered from that vial, the liquid that came out of this vial. So my analysis was on the liquid.
Okay. Now the States 11, that was lab material. You have a inventory of bottles that you use for your analysis. Is that what that is?
We have libraries and reference materials that we use, yes.
Okay, but the actual container itself, I mean, did that come with the information that came to you, or was that just some kind of testing process that you used?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, as I understood what your testimony was, you analyzed the contents of number 10 by putting it into 11.
I didn't analyze the contents of 10, the vial. I transferred those contents to States Exhibit 11.
That's okay.
And then I analyzed States Exhibit 11.
That's we're on the same page now, I think. Go ahead and explain what you did.
So visual examination on 10, what were the labels and markings on the bottle? Then chemical analysis on the liquid that was within this bottle.
And again, in summary fashion, what did you do to analyze States 11?
States Exhibit 11 was subjected to 3 different other kinds of testing. They're all scientific instrumentation. One of them is known as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The next one, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And the final one, we call DART-TOF-MS, which stands for direct analysis in real time, time of flight, mass spectrometry. All of these are very expensive, complicated instruments. Their primary goal is to determine the chemical composition.
They're complicated instruments, but you can't measure. You can't measure the volume of the vial, the basic function.
Of the materials within a liquid or a solid.
So what was in it?
What's the number of that one? Oh. 10, 11, 12. Okay. Go ahead and talk about 12.
Yes.
Please. What was number 12?
12 was a vial labeled enclomiphene citrate, 30 milliliters. And on that vial it says for research purposes only, not for human consumption. That was the vial. This vial generated States Exhibit 13, which is the liquid that came out of that vial.
And so you actually performed your examination on Stage 13, is that correct?
That
Sorry,
indicated letrozole or even enclomiphene citrate overdose or usage?
No, there was nothing tested.
Not that I remember, no ma'am.
And where did you get the information that Michael had a seizure?
The hospital records.
Do you know where that initially came from in your review of the records?
Well, it would be also from the account that the file was provided at the time of the admission.
And were you aware of any seizures being observed in the hospital setting?
It seems to me that there were some, but I don't remember specifically every page from the medical records, man.
That's okay. I understand it was a lot of records. Did anything in the medical records substantiate that Michael had a seizure that you recall?
Again, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I can't recall specifically. There was multiplied reference of encephalopathy, but it seems to me that there were references to seizures, either as historical, being presented at the time, or happening there. But I cannot. It's all blurred now in my mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. In your report, you stated that there was evidence that Michael had a head injury. Is that right?
Yes, that was also from the account upon arrival to the hospital.
Was there any evidence that you recall in the actual medical records that indicate that a traumatic head injury had occurred?
No, that was not addressed in the medical record.
And in your report, you also stated that the defendant was the one who took the deceased to the hospital. Would it surprise you to know that that was not accurate based on the testimony we've heard?
I lost the couple of words there. You got blurred. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Sure. In your report, you stated that the defendant was actually the one who took Michael Cochran to the hospital. Do you recall that? I think we might be having some connectivity issues, Judge.
Are you having difficulty hearing the question, Doctor?
Dr. I'm looking at the at my second page there, and yes, that was my impression that Natalie Cochran brought him to Raleigh General Hospital emergency room.
Would it surprise you to know, Doctor, that based on the evidence we've received, the defendant actually allowed Mr. Cochran to lay on the couch for 7 to 8 hours, and a friend actually transported him to the hospital later that day?
That may be the case. I mean, I was not there. I only put what I read was the information I had in order to kind of gain what was happening at the time.
We'll go back into the medical records. Your report indicates that Mr. Cochran's initial blood glucose at Raleigh General was 76, followed by a next reading of 24. Is that right?
Yes.
However, the evidence actually indicates that the initial blood glucose on arrival was 21. So where in the records did you locate that information?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I know for the fact that there were references to low blood glucose. And what particular level was at the time of particular hospitalization, I cannot recall now.
Doctor, did you review the MRI of Michael Cochran's brain that was obtained at CAMC on 2/8/19?
No, but I read the report and there was evidence of encephalopathy there.
In that report, isn't it true that the diagnosis was actually diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy?
Yes, that was written in, yes.
And what does that indicate to you, doctor?
I'm sorry?
What does that indicate to you, that diagnosis?
The diagnosis indicates that there is a hypoglycemic encephalopathy, and that's the point of organization of trying to treat the condition and also to find out why and how this encephalopathy occurred.
Doctor, in your professional opinion, is a blood glucose of 21 compatible with life?
It may or may not be, depending on how fast one reacts to correcting its level of circulating glucose.
And just very briefly, was it your testimony that, just so I understand, that tumor tissue would decompose more slowly than normal organ tissue?
Well, certain tumor tissues that are so-called solid tumors in certain tissues and organs of the body may be undergoing slower decomposition because they're harder than the surrounding quote-unquote normal tissue. So that can happen. And I've seen that in my practice pretty regularly. I've seen extremely decomposed body of an individual going apart, yet tumor nodules sticking out because they decompose slowly. It depends on the nature of the tumor.
Now, Dr. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were not given the benefit of reviewing one another's reports prior to creating their reports, but you were able to review both of their reports and creating yours. Is that right?
Yes.
And
you were hired by the defense, is that correct?
I was contacted by the that's correct, yes, and they asked me to,
It's not a trick question, doctor, I promise. I'm I'm not trying to trip you up in any way. Were
They
you
still have to be
compensated
non-biased.
for generating a
I hate this
report in this
question.
matter, or will you be?
I hate it.
no, I was not, I am certainly not compensated for the time here because this is my taxpayer's time and my government will send a bill to the lawyers for today. But I think I had about 14 to 16 hours of time put in this, so that was obviously my work after hours. So I will bill for that at my government rate, which is $250 per hour.
Now, when you were creating the report that you generated in this matter, did you initially provide defense counsel with a draft report?
I believe I sent a draft to see if there was anything else that needed to be added to it.
And did you make changes to your report based on commentary that you received?
Your Honor, please note an ongoing objection to this line of questioning.
Very well. It will be preserved.
I am not sure that I made much in a way, some type of errors because my secretary made some typographic errors, but there might have been something added. I will have to look back and try to compare that and give you the exact answer. But the substantial changes, no, of course not.
Is it true that you were asked to go into more detail as to how Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were wrong in that draft report?
No, let me explain something. I don't believe that I ever said anything about Dr. I don't want to butcher her name, Krieger. Dr. Krieger's report is clinically accurate report. I have no arguments with that report. Well, I have no arguments with Dr. Uribe except for his opinion. If Dr. Uribe, who is my colleague, presented any tangible evidence, I would have not have any opposing opinion. But there wasn't anything, and a forensic pathologist is there to interpret evidence. If there is no evidence, there is nothing to interpret, man.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like this to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
It will be State's Exhibit number 32, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would also move for the admission of States 32.
$32 is the draft.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any further objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a moment. I object to the admission of this exhibit.
Oh.
All right, I'll admit it over the defense objections, and I'll preserve the defendant's objections.
All right, I'll put a poll up. Oh.
Dr. Dragovich, in your professional opinion, what killed Michael Cochran?
I don't know.
So you don't believe that the profound hypoglycemia or the swelling on his brain caused by the hypoglycemia contributed to his death in any way?
I'm going to object to one of that question. There's no evidence that his hypoglycemia caused the swelling of his brain. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Your Honor, the diagnosis on that MRI is diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue. Ask the question again, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Dragovich, the question was, you do not believe that the decedent's profound hypoglycemia or the significant swelling on his brain caused by that hypoglycemia led to his death.
I would think that's one of the components, but why and how it happened and what the proximate causes are have not been defined whatsoever. So the autopsy did not reveal anything along the line, and it did not show that on brain examination that there was anything but decomposition changes according to the autopsy report.
Thank you very much, doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome, man.
Redirect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have just a moment?
Sure.
What was I looking for? That's right.
Your Honor, procedurally, I believe that I would like a continuing objection to the last state's exhibit, the alleged draft report. And I believe that there were questions as to whether Dr. Dragovich had received it, what information was exchanged, and Dr. Dragovich, at this point, has not seen this particular exhibit as entered by the state. I believe procedurally he would have to see this exhibit before we proceed further on it.
Well, he referenced it in his testimony, and I've given you a running objection. I've preserved your exceptions, and I'll continue to do so.
All right, first of all, I would like to get the state's last exhibit.
All right, it should be up here with the clerk.
Dr. Dragovich, I'm going to ask you some questions on this last state's exhibit, which is stamped draft on it. Okay?
Okay.
And I admit that I prepared this, or you prepared this draft report. I received it and I made some notations on it. Given that, I'm going to go through these alleged changes. I circled your initial submission date of December 12th of 2024, and I asked you to change the date to January 6th of 2025 because that's when you submitted your final version of this report. Would you remember that, or does that seem correct to you?
Yeah, that seems correct, yes.
Okay. On the second page of this draft report, I circled a date that you had listed as February 16th, 2019, as the date when Michael Cochran's seizures first started around noon. I corrected that because that was an incorrect date. I notated that the correct date was not February 16th, but February 6th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that was a typographic error on the part of my typist here.
Okay.
They're trying to type up a load of reports daily, and these things happen. So anything that's wrong tends to be corrected.
Okay. And I circled the word ALL and pointed out that was a typographical error. It should be FALL for fall, not all. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In one line, you're talking about some information that was relayed. You put your client, and I circled that and asked you to clarify it to Natalie Cochran. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. In the second paragraph on that page, I circled a representation in that report that Michael Cochran's suspicious circumstances of his death triggered an investigation that resulted in an exhumation and an autopsy, and you had 8 months. I corrected that to 7 months. Was that correction proper?
Yes, sir.
On the last page, in the third paragraph, you end that paragraph with the word infant. I circled that and put a notation to admit it. Michael Cochran was not an infant. Is that correct?
Yes, I was puzzled by that word, but they didn't want to go back to my secretary and criticize her for putting a word that didn't belong. But at the end of the sentence, I don't know, maybe she was typing several reports simultaneously, or who knows.
Okay, and that correction, you said it was because your secretary maybe was in a hurry, whatever. That doesn't change the substance of your report at all, does it?
No, those are the typographic errors. They are, I suppose, inevitable when one does the work. Only people that don't do anything do not make any mistakes. Mistakes tend to be corrected. That's it.
Okay. And in the next to the last paragraph, you're talking about Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe's mischaracterization, or their findings are not credible or well-reasoned. I simply made a notation in that paragraph and I asked, can you go into more detail as to how Drs. Uribe and Krieger are wrong? You did make that representation in your report earlier, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so am I asking you to change your report? Am I asking you to do anything that would affect your conclusions?
No, sir.
as to your eventual final report, do any of these changes affect your conclusions, the validity, anything in your reasoning?
Absolutely not, sir.
All right.
You were not present when there was witness testimony, or Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger gave their testimony. You didn't hear any of that testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. There were some questions directed about the enclophamine vial. I submit that that enclophamine vial was given to the FBI by Michael Cochran's mother, Donna. Does that information change anything in your report or cause you any concern about your conclusions?
No, sir.
And it's true, is it not, that Michael Cochran's medical records contain previous seizures that occurred in October 31st through the first week or two in November? That's documented in the medical records, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I believe there was some mischaracterization about Natalie Cochran driving Michael to the hospital and some misrepresentations about that. The testimony.
To characterizing the prosecution's questions as mischaracterization and misrepresentation.
Sustained.
The previous testimony that in this case shows that although Natalie Cochran herself didn't drive the car to the hospital, she was in the car with Michael, with other people, when Michael was taken to the hospital. Would that information change anything in your report and your conclusions at all?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Drakovich, there were some questions by the prosecution about who hired you, who's paying your bills, etc. Would it interest you to know that Natalie Cochran's representation is court appointed and the state of West Virginia would be paying any of your billings. Do you understand that?
I did not know the particulars. There's no difference whatsoever. As I said, in criminal cases, I apply for my time after hours, my government rate. My government rate is $2.50 per hour, and for this testimony, you'll be getting an invoice from my government for these several hours, and for the rest of the hours, I will be sending you the invoice for that same, based on that same rate.
Would any of the questions on cross-examination change your conclusion that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable?
No, sir.
And in answer to the prosecutor's question, what killed Michael Cochran? You simply stated you don't know. And all of that reasoning is in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct. And consequences are also correct in the medical records and in the radiographic imaging. But the cause and the manner are not and cannot be defined on the basis of that.
I have no more questions.
Anything further, Ms. Acorn?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason to hold Dr. Dragovich?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Not.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, come up, please. Members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch break. If all goes well, your pizza will arrive a little bit before noon, so you'll have a few minutes to get ready for it. And this will not be cheap pizza. This will be top-of-the-line pizza from Pasquale's for your enjoyment. And there will be several types of pizzas to accommodate your various tastes. So it will be along, and we will have the bailiff deliver it to you in your jury room as soon as it arrives. Just be patient if you would. We'll start up at maybe 15 till 1, and that'll give us some time to relax for lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room. All right, are there any further matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Nothing on behalf of the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll start back up at 15 till 1.
Of course. That happens every fucking time. Every time. I've got a leg cramp. What time did they say they're going to be back? An hour? 12:45. What's the time now? So an hour. All right. What to do, what to do. I might leave the stream up, and I'm going to go and drink some magnesium, as I'm about to start cramping up. And I will come back. Some painkillers too. I've really hurt myself, and I don't want to admit it. Oh no, let's mute that. I went out to the garden over the weekend because the garden is my sanctuary, but I just can't do it anymore. I try, but I usually just either water or take a little bucket and a second two and just have a little snip here and a snip there. But I needed to do some cat pepper scooping, and as I bent down, I've pulled something in my groin on the left hand side, and I'm hobbling around like a I'm hoping I haven't torn anything, because the one of the issues with long-term steroid use is called proximal muscle weakness, which means that the ligaments in the front muscles of your body, particularly your biceps and your quads, become extremely weak, and they start to slowly just the ligaments, they just like pull apart like they become frayed like a bit of rope. I'm hoping I haven't injured them, because I've done 3 in my left shoulder and 2 in my right, and I'm struggling with my left leg now. The fucking joys. I know. It's because in Australia, we used to have I could do it laying down, but no doubt I'll fall asleep again. But no, it's fine. It's okay when I'm sitting, but as soon as I go to get up or I move to walk, I was going to say, oh yeah, in Australia, they used to have, the council would, provide you with all sorts of home help and support services and stuff to give you a hand when you can't do it at home. But they decided that they were going to amalgamate it to a federal thing, make it a federal, one budget, one place. Okay, so they allocated all the funding to this new thing called, well, it's not new now, but it was at the time, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Now, you add insurance to something, yeah. So the stupid thing is, to be eligible for disability support payments, you've got to meet, your requirements, which I have. So it's indefinite. But that, I figure, if you are eligible for the rest of your life to receive disability pension because you cannot work, then surely the shit that should qualify you to get some assistance somehow. No. I'm on my third attempt in 4 years. The second attempt I did, because it's done through the NDIS Act, so you have to meet every tiny little bit of criteria, which I did. I learned that the first time. So my second application was done with in conjunction with a previous assessor that used to assess them, the applications, because they're not medically trained at all. They have no idea. They have a tick sheet, and if your medical condition is not on that tick sheet, so because my condition is not as common, and although it's identical to rheumatoid in every way, except the fact that rheumatoid arthritis has it affects both sides equally, whereas psoriatic arthritis can affect one side more than the other, which is why one hand is more deformed than the other. That's the only difference. As far as degeneration and deformity goes, exactly the same, and treatment the same. So they don't recognise this particular arthritis, and then you try and explain to them about adrenal insufficiency. Forget it. That's totally different. That's got nothing to do with your arthritis. No, it's caused from the treatment of the arthritis. And then you go, all right, well, I can't lift my arms up over my shoulder because I have, ligaments torn. That's a separate injury. No, it's all part and parcel. So anyway, the second application was 56-page document, and I had rheumatologists, I had psychiatrists, I had endocrinologists, I had GPs, I had, you name it, I had it. I had occupational therapists, physiotherapists, pain management specialists, you name it, I had it, everything. I ticked every box. Submitted it. 2 weeks later, I got a letter saying, we need more information. And I was like, what? And I took it back to the guy that had done it with me, the actual assessor that had done it with me. And he's like, oh, I don't know. I have no idea what they want. Nothing. There is nothing more you can provide. So my OT did a few more little extra tidbits and I handed them in and they turned me down. And then I went through the whole, review process and blah, 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 blah. 6 months down the track, they sent me their results. They turned me down on the internal review. So you get an internal review and then an external review by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. And then if they can't make a decision, it goes to trial. And I took it all the way to trial. And so basically halfway through all the proceedings, they had to tell me what it was that they had used to assess me with to negate my claim. And the documents that they had included in their report were four pages. Not only were they only 4 pages, but they were from the first application. They hadn't even fucking looked at the 56-page thing that I'd sent in. And from then on, it was a battle of, because every time you ring, you get a different person. They allocate a different person, then they allocate a different solicitor. Rah, 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 rah. I think I had about 15 different legal reps until we got to the court where they actually had three attorneys or 3 lawyers fighting me, pro se, to the tribunal. So they've got 3 lawyers. Now, this is a company that is supposed to facilitate assistance for the disabled. And they are fighting me with 3 lawyers. Does that sound like they want to help? No. So when it got to the court, the tribunal said, I'm sorry, it's out of our jurisdiction because it's an administrative error. It's not to do with the act. Sorry, start again. Yep. And the council have no funding. So I've been assessed at needing 3 hours a day. I get 2 hours a week. Yeah. Until this is my 3rd attempt now. I'm 12 months into that. And they are supposed to have gotten back to me 8 months ago. And I have rung them and complained every level, all the way up now. I'm up to the local cabinet member, and every one of them have pretty much word for word said the same thing. Oh, we're just waiting for it to be allocated, until I got to the top rung, and then they tried the old, we didn't receive your information. Fuck no, this ain't my first rodeo, motherfuckers. I said, right, okay, yeah, all right. So I sent it to you twice. I got my occupational therapist to send it to you. I got my GP to send it to you. I got my advocate to send it to you, and I got the NDIS representative as well. So I'm calling bullshit. And now it's just a battle of every time I ring, oh yes, now give us a call back in a couple of weeks. And that's been 12 months. And so I have to do shit that I can't do, but has to be done. And I end up hurting myself. And yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, joys. I'm knackered today. I'm really knackered. Finally home and yes, I went to the toilet and they went for lunch. It happens every time. About 2.5 hours in, I'm like, yep, gotta break the seal. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. and I'm just trying to decide whether or not to hang around or not. I really want to watch it, but I'll leave the stream open. I'll take some painkillers now and I will reassess in half an hour. All right. So I'll put some music up and I will keep I'll put a note up to say, oh, on lunch break. Put on break. Back at, I'll say 12:30. And I'll put some nice music on for you. Where is it? I like this. I really like this. I just had a look at it. It starts tomorrow. They're doing jury selection today. Yeah, so that one's starting tomorrow, and that's the 17-year-old boy who stabbed his mum. Oh no, she accidentally fell on a knife in her neck. Apparently. I'll put up some information shortly. All right. I'll be back in half hour. Go and make yourself a cuppa. See you shortly. I'll share this. Oh. Going up. Start again. Thank you. All right, I'll be back. Oh, caught off break.
does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
Sorry.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar. Yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran on that day make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay. On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
What's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Okay. Was she there in early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
It can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say, on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc.? Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes, that's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
Okay. Humalog Lispro insulin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
Okay. How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Okay. Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's. Yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
He has no fucking idea. I know that because he spoke to Steve. He has no idea. You'd think if you're defending your client,
You're understanding that in a diabetic,
you would need to know
insulin
how insulin
works
works.
to lower blood sugar.
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why? Because they don't produce the
Does
insulin.
insulin work to lower blood
You've asked
sugar
that 3
when
fucking
it's
times
introduced in
in
the
3
body?
different
Yes.
ways. Get to the fucking point. That's her son. Yep, sitting behind her to her right-hand shoulder. Well, from looking at her,
Now,
to her right,
wouldn't you
her son and her
believe
daughter behind her.
that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
Well, of course.
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin. Yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, you need to think of another way how to ask how the blood sugar is lowered by insulin. Really? Fuck me. You know, when I spoke to Steve about it, he spoke to shit. He did not even understand.
I believe that's the extent of my
Are you for
examination,
real?
Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Fuck
Two
off.
questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of
Cousin, I
having
think.
Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
You have that in your
I believe
system.
that was in the chart. Yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those were fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
May we approach?
Yes.
What the fuck? Why didn't he? This is making me angry. He is as useless as a cartload of roosters. He couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery. You had it handed to you on a plate, mate. You've had 3 days to get your shit together.
Truman.
Doctor, as her primary care physician, were you ever treating her for cancer?
No.
Did you try and verify her statement to you that she was diagnosed at Duke by having cancer?
Technically, no.
Okay. When you say technically, go ahead and explain.
So we were trying to refer to Duke. It was, there was an office visit where cancer was discussed, and then we were trying to refer to Duke for that.
Did you ever get any results indicating that that was correct?
No.
So from your perspective, you were never able to verify the defendant's statements to you that she had been diagnosed with Duke with cancer.
Correct.
Well, she probably didn't go back to you.
Correct?
Yes.
And Duke provided you with nothing.
Right. We
No,
never
it's
got
privacy.
records from that.
Doesn't mean she didn't have it.
Nope.
It doesn't look like he testified very often.
Doctor, the defense asked you about February 6th, and I'd like this marked for identification, please.
States Exhibit 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What do you mean trick them? How?
Thank you.
I think they're ineffective. I think they're useless. And I think they're dumb. She's a lefty. Yeah, they're useless. But this isn't about the bank. It's about her trying to off her husband. And when Steve spoke to
Dr. Haney, what's been
attorney,
marked for identification of states
he had
33.
no idea what
Take a
insulin
moment
did.
and glance at that for me, please.
You'd think if your client's up on meta charges for an overdose of insulin, you'd at least want to know how she did it or how it did that.
Doctor, what is states 33?
That is the visit from February the 6th.
Of 2019?
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection, and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th.
What's this
of the
got to do
6th
with
of February
anything?
2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent
They're
her
trying
home
to
with
insinuate that
some tablets. as
she
well.
gave him
Or
that
are
now.
they tablets or capsules or
She's allergic
the
to
ones
it?
in the chart here says tablet, so
tablet.
They can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if it was a patient was allergic
Told ya.
to the particular substance that you'd been talking about, what would you be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states
So now
33
they're insinuating
and call your
something
attention
else.
again to the medications. Then.
They're both the same. They're
Let's
doing
talk
the same
about
thing.
the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out,
Yes.
that's if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as upset stomach, rash, you're just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
Okay.
This is so frustrating. What she was prescribed the day before for her sickness has got nothing to do. can't believe they got so close. And he didn't ask the question.
All right, ask the question again, please, Mr. Truman.
We were discussing the likely reaction
No,
from a physician's
they're
point of
saying that
view
she was
to-
unwell and she got prescribed a particular medication to treat that. That just so happened that Michael was allergic to it. Now they're insinuating that he gave her an injection on the day and sent her home with a script for those tablets. And they're insinuating that she has given them to him because he's allergic to them.
to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I read the second part of yes.
Yes, it could
possibly.
be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea,
ridiculous.
things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't breathe, and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay.
Nice try, but no
Move for
cigar.
states 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
Yeah, I object.
All right, states 33 will be admitted into evidence.
Could I have just a moment, please?
Indeed.
I think they've got one more expert after this one.
Let's go back to the defendant.
This is
and
just
your
their
treatment
GP,
of her. Review of her chart indicates you prescribed Xanax for her.
Yes.
What is that?
That is an anti-anxiety medication.
The benzo.
And part of the family known as what?
Benzodiazepine.
And in fact, you had a prescription from just a few days before that for her, correct? For that?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right, redirect Mr. Selden.
Can I take just a moment?
Yes.
So, what was I going to say? Lost it.
One additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Miss Cochrane. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you.
The only reason they actually were able to bring charges against her was because of they hired the second medical examiner to exhume the body 5 years after, and he couldn't test anything because it was too far decomposed. So he went off the reports basically from the previous one and his medical history and changed the cause of death to homicide. This, to me, seems like
So I guess from the
like a witch hunt
cross-examination,
to pay
you're
back
familiar
the
with
Ponzi.
Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
The community want their pound of flesh. Me think 'em.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran had a history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And the records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery.
All right, so she had
I
AF
believe
and
that to be correct.
she had a defibrillator put in.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran, oh, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery.
In general, yes.
They had nothing. They had nothing. They had to get they had to change the cause of death.
Were you aware,
So I've got nothing.
or does it appear in Natalie
She's
Cochran's
serving
records
in a federal, completely
that
separate.
CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery
She got convicted for 11 years federally.
that revealed
PONZI.
that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low. Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the record?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me. So I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer, okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death?
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told her that, right?
Correct.
Okay. In her appointment, did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes, at the time we were advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Okay. Did she formally ask you to refer her there, or did she just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
So she was proactive in her healthcare.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time, yes.
Mm-hmm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches and diarrhea and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case, yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So subsequently, because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic. You don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Did Natalie ask for and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect or do you have any knowledge that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's see. Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.?
Correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies. And you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. I wouldn't have put the, I believe those were put in prior. So I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with those was.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Further questions, Mr. Truman?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because you didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops. Dr. Haley, what's been marked for identification is states 34. Take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And in there, it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move states 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Doctor, thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to take possession of that state's number 34.
Okay.
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL?
It's a form of leukemia.
Which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says
And
that
no.
someone from Duke University
Nope.
called, and I don't know if they called you. or
Diabetes.
Natalie.
It would have been-
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral would.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
Okay. She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL, or we can't take you, right?
That's correct. That's what the note says.
So she's stuck in limbo.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Because they're in the middle of
Because she's
investigating.
right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people. They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
That's medicine.
No further questions.
Anything?
They're wasting
Oh, unfortunately, I
time.
do.
Ugh.
Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either.
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so.
Yeah.
We
but
don't,
don't always
unfortunately, we
happen.
don't always get records.
Don't always get records, but
Nope.
usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thanks, Doc.
If they'd been properly diagnosed.
Briefly.
Okay.
Mhm.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her elevated lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have
tagging it over
for
bullshit.
that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
And once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point.
No, you're not.
She suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity. She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not, right?
So I think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland, so that didn't involve us. And that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
what
note
nurse
says.
informed?
Nope.
My nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
Okay.
6 years ago.
Did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other
I want to
entities,
pluck my eyeballs out.
especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have. I can't speak for other entities,
Hello,
but
mister.
I'm sure that we would have tried to get the
Is it
documents.
bedtime,
from
is
them.
it?
But you didn't
Ah.
get them.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I need to get states 34 again.
Very well.
I hate how he leans forward on that.
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm showing you.
Are you awake now? Dramatic entrance right there.
Now, right under here, at the bottom.
I know.
Okay.
This
You're
is,
gonna have to speak
it's all to
loudly.
do with credibility.
Under here, under case description, and I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Now, just out of curiosity, would that be an expensive exercise to do, like to go and see an oncologist if you've got what with your healthcare system over there? Like, is that's like, would that be expensive to do? Like, not just something you just go, bugger it, I'll just go and see if I've got cancer, you know?
And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very
Amen.
much, Dr. Halsey.
Amen.
You may step down. You are excused, sir.
Right.
Call your next witness, Mr. Sheldon.
Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
Of course you do.
The defense calls Dr. Priya Banerjee.
So who is this doctor we just had?
If you'll raise your right hand, please, doctor. Do you swear or affirm to tell the
Dr.
truth, the whole
Zachary
truth, and nothing but
Halsey.
the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology, and I'm based in Barrington, Rhode Island.
The point I was trying to make was that it was not like it's going to cost it to go and have these tests. So it's not something you would just take lightly, basically. But then
just outside of Providence.
She's not short of.
Have you authored any publications or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist. And so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles or then became a senior author, helped other individuals perform the projects and we together presented them and published them.
And that's in your chosen field of forensic pathology, is that correct?
So I have publications
Pathology.
Throughout. I have cancer research articles. I have some basic pathology articles, as well as many publications in forensic pathology as well.
Okay. Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University, where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course that was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I've subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology, where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine, Las Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt, passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time, I would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor, the state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right, the court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Okay, thank you.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am asking that this particular exhibit be marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document. I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes all my, or contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay. You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
talk in the microphone. Thank you.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
On page 2 of that report, you specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Yes, so I've itemized in my report in no particular order. All of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochrane, West Virginia, number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Drs. Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubitschek on September the 4th, 2019, which was 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
Very well.
Defendant's exhibit number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time. These are photographs and they're somewhat gruesome.
Oh.
Dr. Banerjee, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubitschek's initials also on the placard in the photos. So these are the at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and this exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
All right. Defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
Aw.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition, page 3, paragraph 2.
Flip there.
She should need to. She should be asked to leave. I know it's awful, but
yes.
Does this photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubitschek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present. And those are words extracted from Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy. That's how he described it.
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
that's nasty.
On
Why
that
would you
same
put that up
page,
there?
what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams. And it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be
like working out a muscle.
Longer term effects. So sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help. But when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects is it's a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet, and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged, it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they could, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
It was in his medical records.
These factors in your discussion,
you had a history
about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack, could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia. And if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope.
They would have done an EKG when he was at the hospital anyway.
Enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable on a decomposed pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the causes, potential causes of hypoglycemia, is a pancreatic tumor if it creates
All right,
insulin.
now
So
go
tumors
on
don't
from
act
there.
like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body, and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor, and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
They tested all that before and ruled it out. I'm sure they did.
Dr. Uribe stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is
Correct.
true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discuss post-mortem, meaning after death, toxicology test performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing of blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's
Cortisol
body?
is what we're looking for.
And along those lines.
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
There's a discussion that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
and according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that. Sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin.
It wasn't
having
until she
a role
got
in his hypoglycemia.
caught doing the PONZI scheme they started digging.
Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discuss the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael
Now, he
Cochran's
got
death.
paid to do what he did.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photographs, there was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized. There was some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr. Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated in a medical bag, in a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from
soup
them.
and bones.
They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body as it had been when he first died. So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results. And as time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're no longer they're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big, you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance that, due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen. This is a decomposed specimen. And sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death, and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still,
I think she's
worth
actually been
examining a body at any time.
quite
I really
unbiased
look at
and
it
fair.
when, even with decomposition present, you want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those. You look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months. You can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubicek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe?
No, it was the other one.
For
First one.
toxicology analysis. Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubicek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless. And I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood. Excuse me.
No.
When you talk about slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubicek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and
they put like a dye
make an
cover in it.
interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubicek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth
Okay.
anybody's time, effort,
So
or money
for
to do it.
analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochrane's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these two substances related, and what's the significance?
One's an upper, one's a downer.
Okay, so there are two medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochrane. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine for many months. However, benzodiazepine is a controlled substance, meaning like it's a medication, has plenty of medical uses, but also has potential for abuse. And there was no tracked benzodiazepine on anywhere, actually. I didn't have it in his list of medical medications at home, and I did not have it on the state prescription drug monitoring program.
So he got it from Mexico, or he got it from her?
I'm sorry, just to conclude.
From your discussion and report, could Mr. Cochrane, prior to death, have overdosed on benzodiazepines?
So yes, that's where I was leading, that, a urine toxicology, when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding. That's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that was a very strange result, given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential, given.
Let me interrupt you right
Okay.
here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay.
Depends on what you're testing for.
Did Mr. Cochrane, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
This is what you should be asking about: adrenal glands, cortisol.
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body, and a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically, Mr. Cochrane, in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose, and what symptoms?
Vaguely. fatigue,
indicative
dizziness.
or indicate possibly benzodiazepine overdose.
Sure. So they're non-specific, but
Mm.
respiratory arrest where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs,
didn't.
like meaning
Oh.
vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
They would have found that in the hospital. He was there for 6 days.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
No,
I
but
think,
Addison's
just
can.
to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures.
Mm-hmm.
It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Good. So it might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochrane.
Could have been a contributing factor, but I don't believe that it was.
Benzodiazepine overdose is in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Let's take our afternoon break right now. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Yeah. Just like Dr. Ubi, whatever his name is, lied a little bit on the stand. Well, admitted a little bit on the stand. Mm. This is driving me mental. Very frustrating. They ruled out pancreatic tumors. If he'd aspirated, they would have known that in the hospital. They would have heard it listening to his chest. He was, excuse me, you don't have a benzodiazepine overdose and it doesn't take like 15 hours to become unconscious. He may have been feeling really crappy and thought, oh, bugger it, I'll have a half a Xanax or I'll have a Valium or whatever just to calm me down. But I don't think it's that particularly significant. At the end of the day, it still doesn't explain why he responded initially to the glucose treatment when he presented at the hospital and then his blood sugar went back down again. Oh, hello. No, I don't believe they did. Yeah, they're barking up the wrong fucking tree. Oh, man, they're just... And they have been so close. Like, they got so close with the first guy. They were, like, inching towards it, and I could see them inching towards it again with her, but they diverted again. It's like, oh. I do think she was actually probably the most non-biased of all of them. But then, you know, they're paid. That it doesn't matter who pays them. They have to give a non-biased opinion anyway because that's their reputation on the line. But I just think the guy that did the autopsy 5 years after, yeah, He didn't have enough to change that that manner of death. Not enough at all. And that's all that they've based this on. Yeah, yeah. He's an absolute dipshit. I have ordered the right one. Yeah. What can I say? Yeah. Oh, whoops. I did laugh. I was talking to Steve the other day. I'll put myself up on the thing on. We were talking about this Addisonian crisis, and I went back to have a look at you know, my stream from the day just to see how it played out and what have you, and because you can actually see my head going, oh, okay, hang on. And then I looked at it and I went, oh, okay. I'm sitting there with with a hat that says my yeast infection itches. I've just told him he said something stupid and I've gone, fuck off. And then I've given him the dipshit award. So if they're looking at my stream for credibility. Oh dear. Yeah. Yes. He had no idea. He still doesn't. I think it was I don't think she actually understood the question he was asking because he's so dumb. Oh dear. I'm so glad I waited until the sun came up for this testimony. All I had to say was 2 words to these experts, like No, the benzos, no, not at all. But then, as I was saying, that I can't even say Uribe, Dr. Uribe, the second autopsy guy, the one that the state called in. He actually stated in his testimony that that he couldn't rule out any natural conditions that would have that effect. But as I said, he's saying that the manner of death was caused from an exogenous administration of insulin, which is not natural. So why limit your scope to that? So technically, he wasn't lying, but he was avoiding the obvious, if that makes sense. So he can't be done for for lying or saying the wrong thing, because there was no natural thing there. He wasn't diabetic. He didn't have pancreatic tumors. So oh yeah. Yeah. He had a Gatorade for lunch. No, that would have raised it, no doubt. I have Gatorade. I have 2 a day, actually. And yeah, I think I need them to sponsor me. I need them to. It was fucking hot today. Oh my God. It was an absolute scorcher with a northerly wind. Yeah, so that that does no good for my magnesium levels. Mm. Sun's just coming up now. Luckily I sorted the moggies out, so I don't have to feed them. I can just crash. So what's the time over there? Do you reckon they'll have another witness after her? So it's now what, 3, nearly 3 o'clock. Well, I don't think we're really going to get much further or any more answers out of this. No, I suppose she's going to be cross-examined, doesn't she? I think it might be my bedtime. Jodie's fading. All right. Let me see if my redirect is still. Yeah. All right. I'm why isn't it saying? Hey. Why can I still hear? Why don't we change it? Yeah. I don't know if. Oh yeah, it'll still go. All right. All right, my lovelies. I think that's yeah, that's me for the day, I think. I will redirect you over to Recovery Addict. He is watching the exact same trial. So you can watch the end of the day if you like. I will pick up from here again if you want to tomorrow. Otherwise, I can start. If you watch it over there, I'm happy to start a bit late. I'll start day 8 and I'll watch the first hour or the last hour of this myself. All right, my darlings. I'm sorry it wasn't as eventful as I thought it was going to be, as we're dealing with dipshits. What can I say? Okay. Stay safe. Stay warm. Don't be good. Be good at it. Peace out. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.